I will now call to order the city council meeting. Will city clerk please call roll?
Councilmember Adam?
Here.
Councilmember Newman?
Here.
Councilmember Gutierrez?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Engler?
Here.
And Mayor Taylor?
Here. Councilmember Newman is participating remote in tonight's meeting. Pursuant to the Brown Act, I must ask Council Newman, is there anyone who is 18 years or older with you in the room?
Mayor Taylor, there is not.
Thank you. Tonight we have one closed session case. Ms. Noonan, will you please announce the session?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. We have one closed session, conference with legal counsel on anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. One potential case, a city employee has alleged age discrimination and harassment.
Thank you. That's it. All right. We'll see you guys here shortly. We are now back from closed session. Ms. Noonan, is there anything for you to report?
Nothing to report.
All right, if you are able, can you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Now we are going to move to the podium for our special presentation. All right. And I'd like to welcome Denise and David Belko. Would you guys like to come up? Thank you. All right. Denise and David Belko, who are ambassadors for Donate Life. Donate Life is a nonprofit organ and tissue donor registry dedicated to saving the lives of thousands of Californians awaiting life-saving transplants. The Belko family became involved in organ donor advocacy after their son Michael, at the age of 20, saved the lives of 8 people through organ donation. The City Council encourages Thousand Oaks residents to participate in the Donate Life California Donor Registry, and we are therefore proclaiming the month of April as DMV, Donate Life California Month. Organ donation turns loss into legacy, and you can register at donatelifecalifornia.com. Is there anything you guys would like to say? No? Okay, thank you guys. We appreciate you. Here is the proclamation. And would you guys come up and take a photo with our council? Can I invite council up for a photo? And now we have our final presentation of the evening. I'd like to introduce Natasha Burin from the library. She is going to tell us about the library's One City, One Book selection for the year.
Good evening, Mayor Taylor and council members. I'm Natasha Burin, a librarian at the Thousand Oaks Library and committee chair for Thousand Oaks Reads, One City, One Book. I am pleased to be here tonight to announce the 2026 title. The Friends of the Library have been supporting this program for 18 years, and we are just so thankful for their generous support. If you are unfamiliar with One City, One Book, it is a citywide literary event that encourages community members to collectively read and discuss a selected book. One City, One Book is really built on a simple but powerful idea that books bring people together. Stories have this unique way of helping us connect, start meaningful conversations, and feel a little more rooted in our community. Each year, this program reminds us that the library isn't just a place to check out books. It's a vibrant gathering space where culture, ideas, and people come together. In just the past 3 years, more than 4,500 people have participated in One City, One Book events, and that kind of engagement is just so exciting for us, and it motivates us to keep growing and serving our community through this program. I am pleased to announce that The Fox Wife by Yang-Shi Chu was selected as the 2026 title. New York Times best-selling author Yang-Shi Chu brilliantly explores a world of mortals and spirits, humans and beasts, and their dazzling intersections. Blending historical fiction and folklore, The Foxwife follows Bao, a detective investigating the death of a courtesan, and a mysterious servant named Snow, a fox spirit seeking vengeance for the loss of her child, on a journey through China and Japan. We invite you to kick off this year's One City, One Book with a free concert at the Grant R. Brimhall Library on Saturday, March 28th, featuring internationally acclaimed and award-winning artist Bebe Monter. The guzheng is a 21-string traditional Chinese zither with a history of 2,500 years. Joined by guitarist John Monter, the duo will present an evening of contemporary fusion works. In the following weeks, the workshops, programs inspired by the book will continue, culminating with an afternoon with Yang Shichu on Sunday, April 26th at 2 p.m. upstairs at the Fred Kavli Theater with a Q&A and book signing. Books are available in paperback, large print, ebook, and e-audiobook, and will be available to borrow starting tomorrow at the library. This event is free. Seating is first come, first serve, and if the public would like to know more information, they can go to tolibrary.org or call us at the library. Through One City, One Book, we aim to bring together diverse voices and viewpoints through a thoughtful exchange of ideas. A guiding principle that drives this program is the belief that when we open a book together, we close it in greater harmony. With appreciation, we would like to leave a copy of The Foxwife with each council member and invite you and all the community members to participate in the 2026 One City, One Book program. Thank you so much for your time today.
Natasha, thanks for being with us tonight and sharing about the reading program.
Thank you so much.
Next up is public comments. Will City Clerk please announce them?
This is the time and place for public comments. Speakers are requested to state their name and community of residence for the record. 2 individuals have requested to speak, and pursuant to council standards, speakers are allowed 3 minutes. The yellow light displays when you have 1 minute remaining.
And City Clerk, are you able to call on the names? I don't have them in front of me.
Yes, our first speaker tonight is Scarlett.
Greetings, Council. I'm Scarlett from Thousand Oaks, and I have a 7-syllable word for you, and that is semi-quincentennial. Semi for half, quin for 5, and centennial for 100. So, of course, half of 500 equals 250. And so, as you know, we are embarking on our 250th year birthday of America. And with that, I'd like to, in the spirit of that, kind of revisit a little bit of our nation's history and traditions of America. So 1776, the Declaration of Independence was signed by 56 very courageous men, lives, fortunes, sacred honor, all of that. Well, did you know that actually more than half of those 56 had a degree in ministry? They were all also seminary degrees from universities. The Declaration signer, Francis Hopkinson, this is what's fun about it. We get to rendezvous with our founding fathers. Francis Hopkinson actually created and designed the Great Seal of America. He actually served as one of our first judges, federal judges, and he was also the choir and music director for Christ Church in Philadelphia. He wrote America's very first hymn book, and he also set the entire book of Psalms to music. And so I could give you so many examples of the faith of our founding fathers, but I'm going to move on now to 1814. Francis Scott Key, as we all know, probably, that he wrote our nation's national anthem. And did you know that in the 4th stanza of that book, he actually had written, and this be our motto, in God be our trust. So I don't have too much more time here, but I did want to mention that the commander of the Allied forces of World War II, we have Dwight Eisenhower, who officially set our national motto as "In God We Trust." And so there has been a lack of honoring our nation's history and tradition. And with that, I wanted to let you know that our sister cities of Port Hueneme and Fillmore have both adopted our national motto, and it resides in their council chambers. And with that, I would love to request that the city of Thousand Oaks also honor the history and tradition of America and place those words, "In God We Trust," in our council chambers here. Thank you.
Thank you, Scarlett. Next up, we have Madison Richson on Zoom.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Okay, great. My name is Madison Richardson. I'm from Newbury Park. Just to continue on the last speaker, I would also like to honor our traditions as America and keep church and state separated. But that's not what I'm here for. Today, I want to talk about how we are fortunate to live in a city that historically defines itself by how we support one another. We saw that unity during the fires. We saw it in the wake of borderline tragedy. We are a community more than capable of standing together. Yet when the topic of federal immigration enforcement arises, we see a shift towards needless division. Whether one supports ICE's mission or not, the reality of their current operations is by any metric unstable. We are seeing a massive $38 billion detention reengineering initiative unfold in real time. Just today it was confirmed the Core Civic Facility in Kern County, the largest in California, has received official permission to expand. This isn't a distant federal issue, it's a local reality. This expansion signals that these operations are accelerating, bringing with them documented financial hardships for our agricultural sector and a climate of fear that affects our neighbors daily. The residents who come before you to share these concerns aren't driven by ulterior motives. They are driven by empathy and a belief that our city can always strive to be better. I fear that silence from the majority of this council allows contention to breed. We look to our leaders for clarity and guidance, especially when navigating the complex intersection of federal enforcement and local privacy. We need to move beyond political divisiveness and towards a healthy, transparent discussion about how we protect our city's resources and our residents' peace of mind. I hope we can lead with the same unity we show during times of crisis, ensuring our policies reflect the character of the city we love. Thank you.
Thank you, Madison. Next is consent calendar. Does anyone have any questions or would like to pull anything? With no discussion, would anybody like to make a motion?
Mr. Mayor, we do have one speaker on this item.
Oh, we do. I'm not seeing it. Do you?
Yes, we have John.
John, okay.
Hello, City Council. I just want to clarify something I said last council meeting regarding the ADUs and the Constitution of the United States and our oaths of office. I had said 2 weeks ago that you guys are violating your oath of office and the Constitution of the United States with Article 1, Section 10, where it says, "No state shall make a law which impairs the obligation of contracts." With regard to ADUs, we're talking about CCRs, covenants, conditions, and restrictions, where Assembly Bill 670 says to ignore those with regard to building an ADU. Now, when I said that we're all violating our oath, and I turned around and I said we all are violating our oath and the Constitution, what I really meant to say was we're all partly to blame for allowing and tolerating those violations to happen and not speaking up. So that's really what I meant to say. I just wanted to clarify that. And in regard to the ADUs, I want to also reiterate, I'm not an ADU hater. I think they're cute. They're actually kind of fun. But when it comes to a neighborhood where they have CCRs that says you cannot have those things, like an ADU, an additional dwelling, we should follow that contract. And I have a question, and that is, do you think your constituents would like full disclosure that in the processing of building an ADU, in that case where the CCR is prohibited, I'm wondering if they would like to have full disclosure that the law that supports it is unconstitutional. Because if they're not being told that this is true, they're opening themselves up to a lawsuit by their neighbors. And I've seen some ADUs where there's a bunch of cars out front and it's getting really crowded. And, there's other issues. It's just, violating the CCRs. And I think it's just a matter of time before this starts to happen where they start suing their neighbors and it starts to cause a problem. So I think the disclosure in the application process would be appropriate to just tell people, hey, keep an eye on your CCRs, check them out. You guys know I love you. I'm just trying to protect you and our city, and I appreciate you. So thank you. God bless.
John, being in the real estate industry, you are the first person I've ever heard call ADUs cute and fun. Okay, now moving back to consent calendar, still nothing to discuss. Will somebody move or put a motion up? No comments from staff.
I'm happy to move consent. No, all parts of it.
City Clerk, can you call the vote?
Councilmember Adam?
Yes.
Councilmember Newman?
Aye.
Councilmember Gutierrez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Engler?
Yes.
And Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
And that motion passes 5-0. And your ordinance title is an ordinance amending the Thousand Oaks Municipal Code relating to regulation of accessory dwelling units, ADUs, and junior accessory dwelling units, JADUs, updating Title 9, Chapter 4, Article 45, accessory dwelling units to be consistent with state law, MCA 2025-70003, ordinance number 1747-NS.
Thank you. Next up, we have our public hearing. Oh, no, excuse me. Next, we have tonight's department reports.
No, you were right, Mr.
Oh,
Mayor.
no, I
You're
was
right.
right.
Yeah.
I was right.
You're right, it's public hearing.
There we go. It is public hearing. All right. Will City Clerk please open the hearing?
Hearing advertised as required by law is open to consider agenda item number 10A, Mixed Use Development Amendment, SP 2025-70003, Dagger 2025-0005, DP 2025-70019. Applicant is Latigo Hillcrest LLC. Speakers are requested to state their name and community of residence. One person has presented a speaker card, and pursuant to council standard, that speaker is allowed 5 minutes. The yellow light displays when you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. Presenting the item tonight is Senior Planner Justine Kendall. And available for questions, we have our Community Development Director, Kelvin Parker, Assistant City Attorney, Noel Doran, and Deputy Community Development Director, Fabiola Zela Mellicher. Take it away, staff.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, members of the public. As you just heard, the item before the City Council for this evening's consideration are amendments to Specific Plan 24 and Development Agreement 2022-70777-DAGR, as well as a major modification, a development permit 2022-70773-DP, originally approved by City Council in July of 2023, that would allow changes to facade design and materials for the project approved at 2150 West Hillcrest Drive. To provide a quick overview of what was already approved in 2023, the project site consists of one parcel totaling 8.28 gross acres. The map on your screen provides an aerial view of the site showing the previously existing vacant office and surface parking, which have since been demolished. The project site is surrounded by developed urban uses and generally located north of US 101, east of Rancho Conejo Boulevard, and a Chevron automobile service station. south of Hillcrest Drive and the Amgen Industrial Business Campus, and west of an existing multifamily apartment complex. The project is currently under construction for aspects of the development that are unaffected by the subject request. The subject request involves modifications to various aspects of the project approved by City Council, which included the entitlements listed here. The general plan amendment, zone change, protected tree permit, and special use permit are not proposed to be amended. However, the specific plan, development agreement, and development permit are. The approved project is characterized by a multifamily mixed-use development that includes an internal pedestrian-oriented roadway separating two buildings, which would contain 333 multifamily residential units, including 30 very low-income affordable units and 3 moderate-income affordable units. Common areas and amenities, 5,300 gross square feet of commercial, retail, and restaurant space above semi-subterranean parking structures containing a total of 462 parking spaces, as well as 121 surface parking spaces. The northerly building fronting on West Hillcrest Drive, or also known as Building A, is the mixed-use building with 3 levels of apartments above a ground floor of both residential units, amenities, and commercial tenant spaces. Building B includes residential uses, which appear as 4 other larger buildings on the site connected by various walking paths, breezeways, and bridges. The smaller building incorporated into Building B will house the leasing and property management office. Additional indoor and outdoor amenities are provided to the residents throughout the site, including a playground, swimming pool, courtyards with active play spaces, roof decks, and a dog park. As approved, the project's architectural design is a modern style. The exterior walls of the building are earth-toned colors primarily consisting of stucco finishes, simulated wood fiber cement panels, brick veneer, multi-panel window areas with dark bronze trim, awnings, and trellises. The northern building, again Building A, located behind an existing landscape berm with protected oak trees to remain in place, includes significant articulation and massing breaks, seen here. Building A also features a public seating area on the ground floor in front of the commercial units and material changes at the driveway entries to encourage pedestrian safety and activity. The southern building, Building B, includes similar materiality and articulation throughout, although to a lesser degree than Building A. The southern facades of the building are visible from the 101 freeway and, as approved, are required to incorporate additional brick veneer somewhere on each sub-building, subject to review and approval by the Community Development Department. The development agreement is a contract between the property owner and the city, which outlines the private benefits received by the developer in exchange for the benefits the project will provide to the public. In this instance, the project must provide 333 new residential units, including those 30 affordable units, on-site amenities, an improved city gateway, sign, sustainability features, and enhanced architectural design in exchange for the adoption of the general plan amendment, the new specific plan, deviation from the city's objective design standards, and stability of some fee and regulatory requirements. SB 20 was approved as part of the original project because the Thousand Oaks Municipal Code did not include a mixed-use zoning designation at the time of approval. A specific plan is a document designed to implement policies in alignment with the intent of the city's general plan and establish custom development and design standards, permitted land uses, infrastructure requirements, implementation measures, and other criteria. These standards are not required to replicate the Thousand Oaks Municipal Code requirements, since they are intended to be unique for the specific development area. It should be noted that relief from normally required development standards was granted as part of the development agreement negotiations and specific plan drafting process. For example, relief from municipal code building length restrictions, window inset requirements, and others were all granted as part of the original entitlement approval. Before I get into each of the requests included in tonight's item, I will review a little bit of the process that led to the approved project just described. As part of the typical planning entitlement review process, the part that occurs before a project goes to public hearing, The applicant submits plans which are refined as staff provides feedback. Corrections are made to bring the plans into compliance with regulatory requirements, and negotiations are held to balance project-specific context and operational requirements with city design guidelines. In some situations, such as this one, revisions are deferred to the post-approval process and memorialized as conditions of approval, which are contained within the final resolution, in order to allow an applicant to move forward to the public hearings. In the instance of the subject project, the development permit resolution included specific design modifications as part of the conditions of approval, requiring revisions to the plan set shown during the entitlement hearings to be made during the building permit plan check process. Other conditions reinforce that certain aspects of the project must be maintained as they are particularly important to the design quality of the development. The draft conditions of approval, including the design-related modifications or enforcement conditions, were provided to the applicant in advance of the public hearing to allow an opportunity for review and discussion. The applicant agreed to the conditions at the time of Planning Commission and City Council consideration, and the project was approved subject to the conditions presented at the hearings. Many of the conditions of approval adopted for this project were intended to ensure consistency with the guidelines listed here, as well as the new specific plan for the property and the development agreement. As shown earlier, the development agreement negotiated by the city and development team present here this evening included the developer's commitment to provide, quote, enhanced architectural design with appropriate massing and scale, extensive articulation, glazing, and extensive detailing with upgraded materials. Following planning entitlement approval, it is then normally expected that plans submitted for grading and building plan check review will be modified due to refinements made during the final engineering design process, updated business plan or financial considerations, or to comply with the conditions of approval. During those review periods, revisions to plans are categorized as either minor or major changes. In this case, definitions of what is considered minor or major were included in Section 10 of the adopted development agreement. In particular, the development agreement specified that changes to building materials that are not comparable or better than those included in the project plans dated May 26, 2023 are to be considered a major amendment requiring Planning Commission review and City Council approval. In April 2025, following both applicant and staff identification of 19 design revisions, or in some cases the lack of revisions which are required by condition of approval, 9 of those were determined to be minor and granted ministerially per the direction of the development agreement, and 10 were qualified as major. The applicant submitted complete applications to process the requested major design revisions. That would be the development permit major modification, development agreement amendment application, and specific plan amendment application on December 17th of last year. The primary issue before the City Council is whether the requested architectural modifications maintain consistency with the enhanced design features and material standards of the original project approvals, including Resolution Number 2023-043, which approved the development permit subject to the conditions of approval contained therein, Specific Plan Number 24, and the development agreement. The list of requests is summarized here, and I will go into more detail on each one. They include the removal of approved trellises and noncompliance with the requirement to provide additional trellises, installation of external downspouts rather than internalizing those downspouts visible from prominent corners, Hillcrest Drive or Rancho Conejo Boulevard as required by condition of approval number 62. Provide painted metal doors rather than the French glass doors shown on the entitlement plan set or other similarly decorative doors. This was recommended for approval by Planning Commission. To substitute painted accent headers in a complementary color in place of the previously specified wood look trim headers. Reduce the total amount of transparency on the commercial storefront facade of Building A. Substitute wood frame trim for the residential window awnings at certain locations on the 4th floor. To reduce the number of 3rd floor awnings from the number required by condition of approval. This also was recommended for approval by Planning Commission. To remove vertical wood look slat cladding from prominent elevator tower facades, to provide additional brick veneer on Building B, sub-buildings B1 and B2 only, and to provide vinyl framed windows exclusively rather than the non-vinyl windows required by resolution number 2023-043 and specific plan 24. Also recommended for approval by Planning Commission. To go into more detail for each one of these, request A is related to condition number 48 of the adopted resolution, which required several changes from the plans presented at the hearings. The provision of shade structures over common outdoor spaces was required to maintain or provide greater visual interest and roof articulation, as well as shade for the users of such areas. The applicant has declined to provide additional shade structures over common rooftop patios and is requesting to remove those several that were previously proposed. Should this request be denied, the trellises originally maintained would need to remain and additional shade structures would need to be provided, for instance, at the southern courtyard at Building A and the patio southwest of Building B4. The plans as approved are shown here. You can see the top of the trellis within the red outline above Building A. And this is what it would look like without. This is where you would see the trellis to be provided on Building B's rooftop deck. And lastly, on the ground floor of Building B, in the interior of the project, the permanent shade structure is now proposed to be movable furniture. Condition of approval number 62 states that downspouts shall be avoided or concealed within the building walls at specific feature corner elements, such as the commercial, the retail corner, and brick lobby towers, or any facade viewable from Hillcrest Drive or Rancho Conejo Boulevard. Any downspout not concealed within the building walls must be painted to match the wall behind. While the applicant has attempted to reduce their visual impact, roughly 24 exterior downspouts remain visible from the facades facing Hillcrest Drive and Rancho Conejo, which affect the overall architectural quality of those facades. The applicant is requesting that 9 exit doors, shown here with yellow dots, primarily serving residents and their guests, be allowed to be painted solid metal doors, although they were originally approved to be French glass doors, as you can see in these side-by-side images. Condition of approval number 57 specified that exit doors visible from public streets needed to be decorative, and although the doors requested to be changed are not visible from public streets, they are visible from the internal roadways. As such, it was determined that this request qualified as a major modification, since doors serving primary residential and guest access should generally enhance the overall quality of the building design and incorporate decorative elements and provide visibility for individuals entering and exiting. Condition of approval number 53, as well as the design standards within specific plan 24, require specific window trim or header material. These standards were required as material with heavier, higher quality materials and more substantial detail help create physical and visual depth, enhancing the overall quality of the design and adding articulation to the building facade. The applicant is meeting their requirement to inset 36% of all residential windows, approximately 475 windows. However, they have requested to provide a painted trim only rather than a wood look tile or brick header. Condition of approval number 54 and specific plan 24 require that 65% of the commercial storefront facade have a transparent window area and 3-inch recess requirement. The applicant is meeting the recess requirement, but is requesting to reduce the transparency to 60%. The images above show an example of how this change might appear. Condition of approval number 48, sub-requirement E, required that additional awnings be provided to increase visual interest and articulation throughout the project and to provide shading to residents. The first sub-requirement for awnings on the north side of Building A is to be met by the applicant and is not part of the subject request. Otherwise, the applicant is requesting to refrain from providing the required additional third floor metal awnings and to remove awnings previously provided on the 4th floor level. This image shows an example of where third floor awnings are requested to not be provided. It should be noted that in some cases, the 4th floor awnings are proposed to remain as approved, which is seen here. In other instances, the applicant is requesting to remove awnings previously provided on the 4th floor and replace those awnings with wood frame trim. This change is proposed for the Hillcrest or north side of Building A, the east side of Building A, the Rancho Conejo or west side of Building B1, the residential or east side of Building B2, and the freeway or south side of Building B3. The facade, as designed to meet the 3rd floor awning requirement, can be seen on the left, as an example, versus a facade without the 3rd floor awnings, which can be seen on the right. While not specifically called out as a condition of approval, the applicant is also requesting to remove wood-like material cladding from elevator towers, except those which appear on primary building facades facing public streets and interior driveways. As approved, can be seen on the left and as requested on the right. Specific Plan 24 requires that veneers such as this vertical slat material turn corners on such building elements in order to appear more substantial and authentic and to provide visual interest from as many perspectives as possible. The removals are proposed at all 7 locations shown here in yellow. Condition of approval number 48, sub-requirement F, required that brick veneer, which is proposed heavily on Building A, is also included on Building B, sub-buildings 1 through 4. Staff recommended this condition so that the building facades facing the 101 freeway exhibit a similar quality of design to those facing other roadways. The brick veneer adds significant value to the overall sense of authenticity and depth of quality of the design wherever it appears. The applicant is requesting relief from this requirement for the 2 southernmost buildings that are visible from the freeway, highlighted here in yellow. As part of the development agreement negotiations, relief from the objective design standard prohibition of vinyl windows was provided, and only those windows on the external facing facades were prohibited from being vinyl framed. The applicant now seeks complete relief from this requirement. Although vinyl windows have been used in other projects in the city, vinyl window frames may exhibit different long-term durability and aesthetic characteristics compared to aluminum fiberglass or wood alternatives. In addition, their manufacturer is considered to be not environmentally friendly. Condition of approval number 48, sub-requirement D, memorializes this agreement, as do the design standards of specific plan number 24. That concludes my review of the individual requests. To further clarify, as some of those requests conflict with the requirements of SB 24, an amendment to SB 24 is included as part of the request to accommodate those design revisions that are not currently permitted, should they be approved. And the subject development agreement is requested to remove and replace the dates of the approved plan set and specific plan within section 10.1, and remove and replace the conditions of approval which are included as an exhibit to that document. The remainder of the agreement is unchanged. The adopted specific plan, development agreement, and development permit established architectural standards and material requirements that formed part of the basis for the original project approval. Certain modifications to those elements are defined as major changes requiring Planning Commission recommendation and City Council action. While the Planning Commission recommended several of the requests be approved, the City Council retains final authority and may approve, deny, or modify the requested amendments in whole or in part based on its policy considerations and findings. In rendering its decision, City Council may consider whether the proposed revisions remain consistent with the adopted specific plan, development agreement, and design objectives supporting the original approvals. If City Council agrees to some or all of the requested revisions, staff will prepare the appropriate documents and include them in a future City Council meeting for final approval. If City Council denies all or part of the requested amendments, the applicant may submit revised plans for further review. Any future revisions would be evaluated to determine whether they constitute a minor change under the development agreement or require additional discretionary review. That concludes our presentation. Staff is available for any questions, and I will provide the lists of requests for everyone's reference.
Thank you, Justine. And I'll just mention, Mr. Newman, because you're on Zoom, if you have questions, just put your hand up there and I'll come to you. From the dais, any questions for staff?
I just need to announce I had an ex parte with one of the representatives of the developer.
Okay. With that mentioned, do you have any questions for staff?
Sure.
Okay.
The The development agreement mentions several different items, specific plan 24, and some other items, our objective building standards. Were all those in place when this agreement went into effect? In other words, was there any surprises for anybody involved in this agreement?
The conditions of approval incorporated as an exhibit to the development agreement were provided before the hearings and at the hearings. Both the conditions of approval were, after the hearings are finished, an affidavit of acceptance of conditions is signed by the applicant, and the development agreement, which remained unchanged after the hearings, was signed and recorded by the applicant. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but there were no changes post-hearing.
I just noticed when I was reading through it, there's a lot of references to the documents. I just want to make sure that they were plainly visible.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Adams.
Thank you, Mayor. Speaking of objective standards, we have those in place, so we are sure to get a quality project constructed here in the city of Thousand Oaks, right? And with the incursions by the state, when it comes to housing, our objective standards, in my opinion, are even more important. Hope you would agree with that. Do any of the requests here counter to our objective standards?
Yes, some of these requests would not comply with the objective design standards, and there were a number of design standards that are particular to the specific plan that are unique to this project, which deviate from the objective design standards. That was part of the negotiation process during the entitlement review, and took into consideration the benefits provided on both sides, as well as the project-specific context.
And the builder was aware of the objective standards as we went through the process, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And complied initially, shall we say, correct? But tonight, the request is to void some of our objective standards, correct?
I would characterize it more as deviating from the conditions, many of the conditions of approval, which had already deviated in many ways from the objective design standards.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Newman.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I want to begin with a few general questions about the development agreement process, just so I'm clear on that before getting to the specific 10 requests or 10 deviations as Councilmember Adam just characterized them. When there's a development agreement negotiated, is it the case that the city works with an applicant over a period of time to come up with a commonly agreed upon set of conditions that may number in the dozens or even the hundreds, but before an agreement is reached, all of that is discussed and understood? Do I more or less understand that at a 50,000-foot level?
Yes, that is correct.
And further, with this specific development agreement, I watched the Planning Commission hearing, and Ms. Kendall, thank you for your report there and the one this evening. At the Planning Commission, you said all of those conditions, quote, formed the basis for the original approval, meaning there was a meeting of the minds on every single condition in the development agreement. Again, is that understanding correct?
That's right.
Another general question is about the design guidelines that city staff uses in coming up with which conditions the city will and will not accept. It's my understanding, this was explained to me many years ago. At the time, there was a licensed architect on staff named Claudia Pedroso, who said whenever there's a plain surface that's not broken up, as a general rule, the city looks for visual interest. So we'll try to seek articulation or some decorative element to break up something plain. That was the practice 12 years ago. Has that been in continuous practice ever since then to the current time? Is that still the practice?
Yes, I would say that's generally something that we would look out for.
Okay, thank you. I want to follow up on a couple of suggestions made by the applicant, and I will ask the applicant these as well, but there were a couple of suggestions made at the Planning Commission hearing. One was about code requirements with regard to the amount of glass that was in place. So my question on that are any of the changes the applicant is requesting here necessary to meet code? In other words, is the development agreement that both parties agreed to 2 years ago, is that somehow not compliant with current building and fire codes?
No, anytime that a life or safety or building code requirement is in play, that would take priority. However, it is possible, for instance, in the case of, let's say like the metal doors where the glass may need to be reduced in order to comply with the building code requirement, the requirement to provide a decorative door or something that's comparable or better, one could still meet that requirement and as well as the building code requirement.
Okay, my next question has to do with the definition of the word major. In your presentation, you gave a timeline and you said that when development agreements are worked out, even after the agreement is reached, discussions continue between an applicant and the city, and there are often minor changes made, sometimes many minor changes. When there's a major change, or in this case, 10 major changes, that's different. So I have two questions on that for you. The first one is, do any or all of these changes, in staff's expert opinion, degrade the quality of this application, of this project?
All of these requests, all 10 requests presented this evening, and staff's estimation were considered to not meet that threshold of comparable or better. And
that by virtue of that threshold, that is what makes them major changes, correct?
That's correct.
Right. So I'm not aware of any case ever in the past 12 years of any precedent where an applicant or developer has come back to the city and asked to revise a development agreement with one major change, let alone 10. Is staff aware of a request with major changes like this?
I'm not familiar with a project that's gone through a process like this one is going through.
Okay, thank you. And then my final question, actually two more questions, sorry. In the sequencing of the major changes, there are 10 of them, lettered A through J. Is there any sort of hierarchy in sequencing of not meeting that equal or better threshold? Like is J farther away from that threshold than A, or are these just in random order?
I would say they're roughly in order of lesser impact to greater.
So J would be the farthest away from equal or better, and A would be the closest to a minimal change, although we're still calling it major.
That's
Is that right? Okay, very good. And then the final question, there was some discussion at the Planning Commission on the nature of vinyl materials in windows and not whether vinyl is improved. I would agree that it has, but rather whether its lifespan and its sustainability was equal to or better than other materials such as wood or aluminum or something else. Does staff have an opinion on that? There were assertions made by the developer, but I'd like to hear staff's view on that point.
It depends on the specific brand and type of vinyl window that would be proposed. We don't have the specific brand provided, but in general, vinyl windows don't have quite the lifespan that the other materials do. They can be less energy efficient. Some are not, but some are. And I would say that one of the major points and the reason why the prohibition of vinyl windows was included in the objective design standards was that the manufacturing process for vinyl windows is not environmentally friendly and not necessarily in line with the city's overall sustainability goals.
Very good. Ms. Kendall, thank you very much for your report and for these answers. Thank you very much.
Mr. Newman? Oh, excuse me, Mr. Engler.
Mr. Newman covered most of what I had to answer.
Ms. Gutierrez?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Thank you so much for the presentation and the visuals. As they are always necessary to further my understanding, so I'm much appreciative of that. I may be asking questions just for the public as well, but also to get direct staff responses. And I feel like Councilmember Newman did a great job of helping me along here, so thank you to David on that. And these may also be questions I ask our applicant, because I may seem repetitive later on. So the requested changes, are they, from a staff and city perspective, are they necessary for the feasibility of this project? Or is there some other driving factor that I might not be directly aware of?
That would be a question for the applicant.
Brilliant. Second, I would love to ask, you know what, I have a feeling these are all going to be directly for the applicant, so I'm going to skip ahead. I apologize. Here's one that might be a little more clear for the city lens. And just for clarity, the benefits being reduced with, do we feel like the benefits are being reduced without an equivalent, I want to say give, but like return of what's being asked? I know that the process started long ago, and as you mentioned about the specific plan, there were a lot of exchanges, right? A very delicate negotiation of this for that, and understanding the city's interest in creating those visual aesthetics. And as well as, thank you for mentioning the sustainability goals that we also hold as a priority and a goal of the city. Yeah, do we think that now we're getting too many standard deviations from the value proposition to those exchanges initially? Sorry.
So I guess, please let me know if anybody else wants to answer, but I would say that that specific part of the development agreement that says that the project shall provide enhanced architectural quality and design and articulation and all that, the conditions of approval, many of them were crafted to more specifically describe how to meet that requirement, that benefit to be provided to the city. That's included in the development agreement, and that's what's being requested to be changed tonight. And so I would say that each of these requests is contributing to maybe not meeting that benefit that was approved to be provided.
And originally, the approval is, like any contract, contingent upon these agreements following through?
Yes.
Yes, okay. That's it, thank you.
All right, next we have the applicant team, and they will have 15 minutes to present and later 15 minutes to rebut. Excuse me? 5 minutes for rebuttal. We have Mark Marin from the Latigo Group and Fernanda Frisbee from KTGY. What is it? Oh, we have Keith as well.
Good evening. Thank you, council members, for having us tonight. Planning staff, always a pleasure working with you. For those of you who don't know the Latigo Group, we developed Santal, which we're very proud of. We brought Go Fish, we brought Basta, we brought a Pilates studio, and of course, the latest being Honeycup. And we intend to do that and more at Hillcrest. So I hope that with Santal, you've all seen that Latigo's intentions are to do nothing but build the highest quality project. If you go to in any market we're in, if you go to our website, you see the projects we have in Florida, they are best in class in every market we're in. That being said, we find ourselves in a very challenging economic environment. That was true before the situation in the Middle East. It's more true now. But I'm only going to make a couple of remarks before KTGY and Keith speaks specifically to the 10 items. What I'd like to say is, when we first met with planning, and I could totally understand this if I was sitting on the other side, first question was, why are you here now? You were approved in July of 23. I think what people have to understand is that development is a parallel process. We have plans, we have a budget, because we have to raise capital. So when we were approved with the development agreement, we still weren't done with plans. So what we did was we have to make assumptions at that point with a budget. We're not in an environment where lenders are particularly, oriented risk-taking today. It's completely the reverse. So, for example, windows, and I'll start with windows and probably leave with windows and leave the rest to Keith. Santal has the same vinyl windows. Your current MBK project that's being built, the Sanctuary, has vinyl windows. The IMT project has the same vinyl windows. There would have been no reason for us to assume we couldn't use the same windows in this project, which is a step up even from our Santal project. There'd be no reason. There was nothing that was, in the airwaves, if you will, that would have given us any sense that a new design standard was going to take place. So it is a $2 million item. And I think for those of you who understand development, when we prepare a budget, and remember, lenders look to the developer and they expect to see as the budget gets nailed down that there'll be very few changes to that. Yes, some things can change. And we set up a contingency with respect to construction, or hard costs as we call it, which in this project is $5 million. The windows alone would wipe out 40% of that contingency. Lenders look at a contingency, and I can tell you from our own projects, we have never, ever built a single project without using every single dollar in that contingency. You simply cannot forecast with plans changes in the field that occur where you have to make changes, and they cost money. So it's money, there are rainy days, both, as we all know, and that contingency is incredibly important. If we get wiped out, just one of these 10 items takes out 2/5, 40% of that contingency, it is a big deal that will have rippling effects with the lenders, which is the last thing we need at this point in what is a very challenging environment, extremely challenging. So, but understand that we knew 18 months ago that there were some things we'd have to work with planning. And I have to say, the planning staff is as good a planning staff. They're better than anybody we've ever worked with in Florida. So we have no issues and nothing but respect for the planning staff. They did their best, we did our best. But our development agreement states specifically that any changes in design must come to City Council. So you have a lot going on in Thousand Oaks, hence your City Council meetings are full. This is the earliest we could get to all of you. It's not like we didn't know 18 months ago that there were some things we'd like to see changed. Well, windows we didn't know because we had no reason to assume that we couldn't use the windows. The rest of the items I'm going to show you, yes, there's a cost aspect to it, but there's also in some cases you're going to hear functionality. We need good public-private partnerships with Thousand Oaks. You want development going forward. You need more affordable units. We provided that here. But there has to be an understanding that our budgeting process isn't perfect. Our plans, we did not have construction drawings when we went to capital to basically attract it. This took 6 months to close, and I know you're all aware of projects that probably are not going forward here as a result of cost. Nothing has changed for the better. Construction costs have gone up. Rates have not come down. Insurance has not come down. So we're tasked with building a project. It's a $200 million project that has thousands of pieces to it. Out of those thousands of pieces that connect, we're only here tonight talking about 10 things. And yes, it's later, but it's not because we woke up and said, let's go retrade with the city. That is not who we are. We have never not closed on a land purchase. We've never retraded a seller at the 11th hour like some people do. We value, our reputation is everything. And we believe that here with the city, with Santal, which was a very different process, we delivered what we said we were going to deliver. And we're going to do the same thing here. When you look at the rents that we expect to receive and the tenants we expect to have on the retail side, we have to deliver a compelling and beautiful project. There is no substitute for it. The consumer is discerning. They will know. They will see the differences. We cannot get the rents we want without being the best project in the market. People are looking to Hillcrest to set a new standard, much the same way we did with Santal. So I ask again that as you hear these things, this isn't a developer coming along and saying, you know what, we'll come back and renegotiate the development agreement. That is not what's happened. We simply had 10 things, as I said, out of many, many things. And again, we worked through administratively with staff on many of them that that they're not even being discussed tonight. But when it comes to design, it has to come to City Council. So I'll wait for some questions later. I'm going to turn it over to Keith, but I wanted you all to just understand this is our second project in Thousand Oaks. We actually would have had a third, but for a change in circumstances with the seller. We love the city. We love what it stands for. We love the rigorous design because it forces us to do our very, very best. But we ask tonight that you have an open mind with respect to what we're asking for. There's cost, there's functionality, but most importantly, do not want to be perceived as a group that comes into retrade agreements. That is not what we do. We're only here now because of the process you go through with planning, and their hard work, our hard work, resulted in 10 items. Major mod has to go to City Council, and this is the earliest we could be here. So I just wanted to make that very clear because I know the planning staff had some questions about that, and I would too if I was sitting on the other side. So I'm going to turn it over to Keith as we go through some of these things. I think you'll see with vinyl, for example, we don't see any difference as far as durability, durability, aesthetic. Again, it's been used widely through Thousand Oaks. Where there was a change, it would have been far more helpful had we known in advance. We would have budgeted, but we have no ability at this point, especially with that contingency, which we have to protect. We've used $2 million of that $5 million already, so we've used 40% of the contingency. You add the windows to it. We have no means by which in the field to make a change or do something without going extremely over budget. This is not the environment where lenders are kind. I can assure you of that. And it's not unique to us. I think you could speak to anybody who's in the development business today, how challenging it is and how difficult it is to raise capital. Keith? Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Taylor and City Council. My name is Keith McCloskey with KTGY Architects. I'm of Thousand Oaks, California. And in addition to some of the background that Mark provided this evening, I just wanted to take a moment to focus on some of the details of what Justine was presenting and some of the architectural backup or justification for some of those changes. So in terms of the changes that we're speaking about tonight, we kind of broke them out into 3 separate buckets or groups of changes that we're proposing to the project. Again, as Justine mentioned earlier this evening, there's a number of changes that are related to the specific plan that was adopted into the project. So when it comes to objective design guidelines for the citywide standards, the specific plan that was proposed and ultimately approved by City Council previously, SP 24, presents the specific project for this specific site and what was proposed by the developer at the time. So there were deviations from objective standards for things like maximum building length, where massing, step backs, plane breaks, et cetera, would occur, and those were all worked through with planning to arrive at a final massing, which the massing itself has been maintained through this process. So when we think of the project overall, the project as it exists with respect to unit count, building massing, building height, parking counts is all identical. What we're talking about tonight are specific architectural details, which Justine has kind of walked us through the highlights of those. And some of them are things where our drawings that City Council saw in many ways are the same. The conditions where we were asked to upgrade or enhance certain things that we're currently unable to do due to budget constraints are the ones that I wanted to highlight today. And so of those, brick veneer, the third floor awnings, and then window frame color are the items where what you see in the drawings in terms of the color of the window frames, the locations of where the awnings are in those drawings, still matches what was shown at a City Council meeting and previously approved. The conditions of approval and development agreement that ask for further enhancement, those are the items that we're asking for relief on tonight. And then some of these slides that we've got here represent brick veneer, where we've got the brick veneer that's being maintained along the public street on Hillcrest, and then at the back of the site along the off-ramp, we have a material that is board form concrete that would not have brick veneer on it, but it would still create an architectural base to the project, still provide material variation. So the goal of having high quality architecture hasn't changed. The specific material of the brick and the square footage of that brick has changed. And then this is the third floor condition that you can see if you go up to the second level above the podium, as it was shown in the drawings that were presented at City Council. This is what the awnings, if added, would look like. And this is what we're looking for relief on, is to basically provide this building elevation, same height, same architectural skin, same balcony railings, et cetera, but without the awnings at the third floor. And then when it comes to the window frames in terms of the wood grain versus a solid bronze color, the vinyl is something that we feel strongly that while conditioned to the project to have non-vinyl at certain locations, that doing 100% vinyl, we feel confident that we can have a project that, one, meets building code, that achieves the STC ratings that are required along the freeway, along Hillcrest, and aesthetically matches the same quality that you'd see on many other projects throughout the city. These window frames that we're proposing, you can see are on Santal, pictured here. A couple of projects that we've done next to Levi Stadium in Santa Clara, California are also included here for reference. A Hanover project in the Bay Area also. Give you a sense of what the buildings that we're talking about, moving forward with tonight would look like. So in our mind, while it's not what was agreed to in the development agreement, we still feel that it's a high quality solution. And I think some of the things that have really been maybe giving the brunt of negativity for vinyl windows are low quality manufacturers, all white frames. These are upgraded factory painted frames that are going to look very similar to an aluminum storefront, just construction method is vinyl. And we do that with a enhanced C-channel in the horizontal mullions. It gets us a much more bigger, more commercial looking, robust window that's very durable. It's got a 25-year warranty, and it's something that we're proud to stand behind. Happy to answer any questions regarding what we're proposing. But these are just some examples of that. And then in terms of some of the other secondary items, trellises that are being deleted, some of it is program related, some of it's cost related, but the idea to remove some of the permanent trellises in exchange for more mobile FF&E or fit and furnished trellises or umbrellas that offer more smaller scale, more affordable, and more flexible solutions is something that we're looking to do for the project. And then the back of house openings is really just something that came up with respect to security and cost as well, and back of house doors like egress stairs. So I'm out of time, but I'm here to answer questions.
Thank you. You guys will have 5 minutes after. All right, we'll move over
Mr.
to...
Mr. Mayor, could I propose that we listen to his presentation and then ask questions after that, give him an extended time?
How much time do you have left?
Just maybe 2 more minutes.
2 more? Yep, that's fine. Let's do that. We'll go 2 more minutes.
Thank
Let's
you, Mr. Mayor.
conclude, then we'll go to public speaker.
So back of house openings, just again to reiterate, we're talking about doors at egress stairways. They're not just for egress. Somebody could use those stairwells to get to their unit if they don't want to walk around to an elevator, but they're not the primary entrances. All of our primary entrances are all still storefront. Some of these secondary entrances that were had a glass window element to them are being reduced. And then the commercial storefront design, that's something where, based on final locations of storm drain pipes, structural shear walls, the window for the final storefront arrangement shifted, and so the percentage is slightly less, and that requires council approval. I think when you look at the overall percent of glazing along Hillcrest, along the kind of return walls of the retail, the retailer is going to want visibility, want transparency, and we're still providing that. So we feel confident that this is still a good solution to the project. And then the rooftop trellises, again, the ones up at the 4th floor roof deck or on the Building B roof deck and barbecue area, those are going to be replaced with more flexible, smaller scale furnishings. So this is the barbecue area on the middle of the Building B courtyard here that previously had a fixed, permanently mounted trellis on that slab. That's going to be smaller furniture shade structures now, large-scale umbrellas. And then there's some examples of other projects that have integrated smaller umbrellas for shading in lieu of large steel trellises. And then one of the other ones that I would point out is the window header design. This is the accent panel that's above the actual inset window. That we still have the condition where we've got 2-inch recess, and we've got additional vinyl window frames with that accent panel there. It's still inset, still contrasting, but we're asking for that to be an enhanced stucco color to provide the contrast there in lieu of tile or another material.
Thank you, Keith. I'm going to have you stay up here. We don't have any public comments, so why don't we use this time for City Council to ask applicant any questions, and then we'll move over to staff. So, any questions from council? David Newman, or excuse me, Mr. Newman, you want to start?
Thank you, Mayor. First off, let me say to Mr. Mayor, and I'm glad to hear you have your voice back. I've been there. I know what it was like hearing you at the Planning Commission, so glad to hear you're full-throated again. I think I have 2 or 3 questions regarding your presentation tonight. First, let me just reconfirm. When the City Council approved this project in July 2023, you did agree to this development agreement, including every single one of its conditions, did you not?
The architectural ones, Keith, you should speak to.
Yeah, in general, the question about was it approved? Yes, it was signed off by the developer.
Right, both parties. The city, there was a lot of discussion, months and months, between the city and your team, and both parties signed this development agreement, which bound both parties to what was in the agreement and all of the conditions. And I think we're all in agreement on that. I wanted to ask.
I'll just say this, David, again, that when the development agreement was signed, we did not yet have fully bid construction documents, right? Because CDs come last. So what we do with staff is, look, especially having worked with staff before in Thousand Oaks, we do the best thing we can to give our general contractor as much in the way of scope, but we don't know everything. So post the development agreement, we went to work immediately with staff, going back and forth. That took some time where many things, as I said tonight, they're not even on the table.
Yeah, I understand, but Mr. Mayor, I'm not referring to downstream agreements with contractors or other parties. I'm only referring to the development agreement here, where the parties were yourself and the city, and there was agreement at that time in July 23 on that agreement, including every single one of the conditions. Is that a true statement?
Well, yes, but again, you can't ignore the plan part of it, which is not complete. All we can do as developer is do our best to look at it and say, hey, can we fit what we want in a $200 million project with this development agreement? That at that time, the answer was yes. But when we learned, for example, the windows couldn't be vinyl, that's where, again, we got into things that were administratively signed off. In this case, it's a design element, so it had to go to city council. So as much as you can say, yes, you signed a contract, you can't, unfortunately with development, you can't ignore the whole other side of that, which is you got a budget, you got to keep capital going. It takes 6+ months just to get to a closing with capital. Budgets are changing.
So I'm glad you mentioned timelines. So let's talk about those timelines. The development agreement was agreed to by both parties in July 2023. As I understand it from Ms. Kendall's presentation, the request for these 10 major modifications came in December 2025. Is that right?
It would have been, no, I think.
I see Mr. Powers nodding his head. Is that when the major?
But again, it's 10, David, that come out of a whole number of things that we went back and forth. These are only 10 out of many, many things that were talked about where.
But I do have the timing right.
Can we do that?
My only question is on the timelines here. There was a DA that was agreed to in July 23, and then there was a request for 10 major changes, and that request was in December 2025. Is that correct? Do I have that right?
No, that's when it was deemed ready to come to council. But
so that's when it's scheduled, right?
So
that's correct. It's December 17th.
Of when we reached out to planning to let them know that there's proposed changes to the projects was many months before that, probably late 24, early 25.
Correct. But I mean, I think this is important nuance, right? We all know you work with a lot of projects, Keith. There is an application process. We don't schedule for hearing until we have those applications filed and the documents all submitted. And that's when that occurred, is in December. I just want to make sure everyone's level set on timing. And I understand that discussions were happening much earlier, but our process is based on applications.
Then my final question for the whole developer team here, there was a statement by Ms. Kendall in her presentation that staff views the ordering of these major modifications roughly in order of the least deviation from equal or greater quality to the greatest deviation. I'm going to ask you basically the same question, but in terms of cost. Would you rank these equivalently A through J in terms of having the greatest cost impact for you? And if they're not A through J, how would you sequence these?
Yeah, in our mind, the list has nothing to do with the immediate cost. So I think J being a larger ticket item and lower in the list, yeah, I would agree with that. But generally, they're not in order of magnitude of, in our mind, of deviation, extent, or severity or cost. They're just, lettered A through J in that
Is
manner.
Is J the most impactful in terms of cost?
Yes, it is.
Okay, all right. Great, thank you very much, appreciate it.
Councilmember Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Hello. Thank you so much for being here this evening. I realized mid-questions with staff that these were going to be more appropriately asked of you all. And so I just want to start with where I started with staff. I'm really interested in understanding what's driving the request to further delay the project. Because that's how I see this. There was an approval and a green flag, and now we're back and we're delaying. And so I'm trying to understand, are the requests being asked for necessary for feasibility, or is there some other driving force?
No, the project, again, we need a building permit soon to go vertical, but the project is moving on. We are simply basically coming and saying, look, from the time we signed that development agreement, there was a lot of work done afterwards. We're also trying to keep, like any of you would with a business, a budget, okay? We have lenders, and it took a very long time to close this transaction. It's probably one of the largest in Ventura County at, a little over $200 million. When we present that budget and when we closed, we knew, again, we still had to come in front of council. So there's very little flexibility the lenders will show you, especially that's why that contingency is set up. But we can't be this early in a project and have $4 of $5 million used in contingency. Any developer would tell you that. I'm not saying anything that is, not consistent with the way the business really works. So no, there's no delay here. In fact, if anything, but for the rains, we actually were 3 weeks ahead of schedule. We lost some of that, or a good chunk of that, because of the heavy rains, as you know, we all had. But look, much like Santal too, you're talking, we're a development group that goes beyond the norm. We've seen it with Santal. And as I said, Hillcrest arguably is an even nicer project. I mean, it was something that Amgen really, really wanted. We did our very best, really, to put a project the Amgen folks were excited about, the whole life sciences corridor is excited about. We've got amenities in there that you don't see, particularly on the wellness side, that we're putting in there, but they cost money. And we made assumptions the very best that we could at the time where we didn't have our plans bid. We trust our contractor implicitly. He's a resident of Thousand Oaks. The company's here in Thousand Oaks. They do a great job. They're building MBK as well. And we know that when they submit numbers to us, they're honest numbers. They're the best they can get to. But we could have, there's no way to know, for, as I keep pointing out, windows, that would be changed since every high-quality project in the city has been done with those windows.
I understand. I think what I'm not understanding, or maybe what I understand and just want to say plainly, are the assumptions that you made at the beginning of this is the responsibility and the cost of doing your business. And we as a city, our business is keeping to what we think our constituents, our communities are going to take as a contribution, whether it's aesthetics or not, by our doing, by our collective decisioning. And so that's where I'm grappling. And I think Councilmember Newman also tried to get down to what on the list is, because I heard you say some of it is functionally driven and some of it is cost-based driven. And I'm trying to weed through those items. But without your insight, I don't know which of those would garner either category. And then, because I think of the window percentage going from 60 to 65 sounds reasonable. I saw the renderings. Those look like current storefronts that we have here in town. I understand that but I'm really just grappling with what is driving the ask. What feels like for me after a green-lit project, coming back and bringing us back to this conversation. And I'm just being as direct as I can so that I'm not kind of dancing around in my words and questions.
I appreciate the directness, and frankly, I mean, it's healthy. So believe me, what the ask, I'll speak to some functional aspects. From a pure cost standpoint, we simply cannot use our contingency this early in the project where we haven't even gone up yet. It's devastating. What are the worst case outcomes? Typically, what lenders will say is, you use up your contingency, you need to reestablish it, rebalance the loan, which means put more capital in. We can't do it. We're at a point now where, as I said, it took 6 months to close this project. It took every bit, of energy, of patience to stay focused. We could have stopped many times. We almost did several times because of, frankly, just pressure from the lenders. And development has to be a public-private partnership.
Agreed.
This isn't a math test where there's an answer, it's right or you're wrong. There is a matter of gray here. And we're not coming back and saying, hey, help us make more profit. We didn't, I can tell you that the assumptions that we have aren't even credible today as far as where assets are trading for. We're not looking short-term, we're looking at a long-term situation. But we have to build on time and we have to build on budget. Because if you don't do that, bad things do happen. And there are projects that get stopped and sit because the lenders stop. That is a worst case outcome. And I'm here to tell you today, it's a real possibility. We have no flexibility. Everybody in the environment we're in, and this was true before, the situation in the Middle East and rising oil prices, lenders are nervous. Their books, the losses are mounting. You're looking at foreclosures. There's nobody building. I mean, take a look around and see how many multifamily projects are being built anywhere, not just here in Thousand Oaks. Look around the country. Multifamily starts at almost an all-time low again. Too much. So I'm just seeing, like, we're not new. We did Santal. We brought you some great amenities to the public. We'll do the same thing. What we're asking for is just sheer consideration for the situation we find ourselves in, where we would be seriously out of budget. And part of that is for things that nothing we could have done differently because we couldn't have anticipated windows, for example.
I appreciate it, and I appreciate all the time. I'll ask my last question, and then I'll listen and learn from the following questions. So if the amendment is not granted, if we don't move forward with these changes, is the project at risk?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Engler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for coming out tonight. We appreciate it. I love the project over at 299, the Chantal project, nice project, and we appreciate the commitment you have to the city. I guess my struggle comes, I was here for the presentation a couple of years ago. I remember actually your attorney saying that you have looked at all 279 items in the agreement, and I in the last couple of days waded through all of those as well. Everything from where the trash goes to how high the curbs are to a lot of different items. One of those items was the windows. Item 48D talked a lot about the windows and described the type of windows that was looking for, that the city was looking for. I'm not sure if there was a discrepancy in what you saw and what the city was presenting, but I know that your attorney said that all 279 were agreed to. How do you square that?
Go ahead, Keith.
Yeah, I think just like Mark was suggesting a moment ago about, we're only here because these are items that we feel can deliver a similar quality building that the city is hoping for, but at a cost and budget that we can realistically deliver today. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. We would just be building the items that were agreed to at that time. So there's, I guess what I would describe as unforeseen escalation in certain things, like windows, like steel, insurance costs post-fires that are out of the developer's control, and other things that we were able to accommodate and find workarounds for. For instance, one of the substitutions that we made for some of the slats on the project, we were able to find that staff believed was comparable, and it was a minor amendment, and we moved forward with that. And a lot of those items we did work through directly with staff. Some of these where we're reducing square footage or changing out a window type can only be done here at council, and that's why we're here tonight.
In specific Plan 24, as you mentioned, as we know from our discussions with staff, there was several items that were changed from our design standards to allow this project to go forward in that location. Were you partners to those discussions as well as a specific plan was being developed?
Yeah, it was developed collectively with Rincon, KTGY, the developer, and representatives from city staff that weighed in on their thoughts on design, site planning, materiality, et cetera. And all that collectively became the project that went to city council.
So then at that time, there was discussions of windows, I'm sure. There's discussions of awnings. There's discussions of trellises. Wasn't that part of your discussions on that? I'm just assuming so.
Yeah, the discussions went on for many months, and ultimately at the final development agreement and final conditions of approval, they were reviewed. I think they were believed to be achievable at the time. Otherwise, the developer wouldn't have committed to them. After approval, when we began schematic design, design development, investigated more detailed material specs, developed more comprehensive drawings that were submitted for final bidding, that the numbers escalated beyond what was projected at the time. We didn't have time to do a full 8-week comprehensive budget from the time the final development agreement terms were presented to where they were accepted. It was, some of the items came, in a time where, in good faith, we accepted and we pursued them and went down that road to try and ensure that they could be provided. And in some cases, like the windows, we looked at some alternative specs that had a faux wood look finish that we didn't believe were superior or that we would be comfortable putting our stamp on, and we feel comfortable with the product that's specified, and that one meets the budget.
I guess, I know there's a lot of give and take between a development crew and our staff, but there's also a lot of give and take between the council and the citizenry. So I know that there were people opposed to this project because of the massing, because of the size, because of a whole host of different reasons. I know this council, I was on the council, we weighed all this as part of our decision based on what was presented to us at that time. So you can see perhaps our hesitation now of voiding the trust almost with our citizenry if we now change where we're going with this. I have some problems with that. You're asking us to do that. Is that a fair ask of us?
I think, Bob, I think it is. I mean, I think, look, as I said, your planning staff, I mean, honestly, and you could trust me when I say this, I mean, we've got a lot of units in Florida. I only wish that the staff there was as capable as your staff here, okay? So they've recommended, four out of five planning staff members recommended the 10 items be accepted tonight. So it's not like I think we're on the other side of your own planning staff as it relates to the things we're coming here for. What they told us, again, is that, look, we have the authority to do this much. As Keith said, much of that has been done, and you're not hearing about it tonight. The 10 items is, he said, listen, This has got to go to council. This isn't something that we can simply opine on. Now, we did go back and forth. As Keith said, we showed different options, for example, for windows, and ultimately came back to, same windows that the city has widely accepted throughout. So I don't think we're asking for things that, again, it's 10 items on a project that, is as visible and large as this project is, but it will allow us to stay on course. Without it, again, we can only do so much at the time that development agreement was signed, and in good faith, because we had come to work with the city before. Look at Santal, we had a 6-month delay over very slight differences in renderings. We got through it. I think both sides worked really, really hard. We narrowed it down. You improved your process substantially from the first time we were here. But I hope that in doing so, you've seen from us, we do what we said we're going to do. You are not going to get a project that is going to be in any way viewed as being less than what was proposed at the time. I mean, these are very small changes, some of which are not even observable, like I'd say the windows. And we're highly cognizant of the fact that it's our reputation. We love hearing that Santal, for example, described as a trophy property. We want Hillcrest to be the same thing. It's across the street from the largest employer here at Amjad. Believe me, we have our work cut out. We want to attract to that 5,000 square feet of commercial, something compelling, especially for the folks in that corridor. This is what we do. But it's got to be a little give and take. We're not asking really for that much when you think about it in the context of all the moving parts with this project. It's 10 items, one of which we really had no reason to think would be any different than anything else both we had done and others are doing as we speak right now, that they're building with vinyl windows.
But I want you to recognize it's also our reputation with our citizens that we have promised that this project was going to go forward as presented. And now we have to make this decision whether we need to change what was presented and then reckon with what's going to come back from our citizens. So that's what I'm trying to weigh. So with that, thank you for your honesty and thank you for your answers, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Engler. Thank you guys both for being here. My first question for you, when did you guys close on your financing?
Dave, you know the date? I think it was just June, or I think it was June of 25.
June of 25. And then what's your guys' current loan to cost on it?
With Peak Hill, I mean, we got up to well over 80.
80%?
Over that.
Over that. Okay. And then for your contingencies, you mentioned that you guys have a $5 million contingency on a $200 million project, so 2.5%.
Yeah, but
Is
it's on hard costs, so.
That's on your hard costs?
It's usually a 5% contingency on our hard costs, but you get to 5 million.
Okay. And you're saying that you have already eaten into that by almost 45% at this stage?
40%. Okay. Which, again, is not, I mean, we still have 60% left, and we're going vertical. So a lot of that, again, with foundation grading, it's that, worked out, we're kind of where we think we'd be.
Okay. And a couple of things that you mentioned, that when you're developing, there's unknowns, and you're making assumptions. For at least the timeline on this, we get the project entitled, you guys have your developer agreement, and you have kind of a pretty good idea of what is entitled to build, considering that costs may increase by the time you break ground. Is that a fair statement?
Mm-hmm.
When you guys then brought the final budget to the lender, did you guys bring the final budget based on what was currently entitled? So
it was, we brought the budget at the time that was, we must have rebid it. I mean, Steve's here. I mean, we had that project rebid at least three times.
What I'm trying to really hone in on is you mentioned that you, and if I'm saying something out of line, correct me, but you kind of felt like you were blindsided or something, with particularly the vinyl windows. There was nothing that you saw that made you feel like you couldn't get that approved. And I think what some of the other council members mentioned, and I do want this answer as well. If you had your developer agreement signed, which stated that this was the requirement for windows, then presenting it to the lender to then close on your financing after, when you were doing that budget, did you present a budget and made the assumption that you could do the vinyl windows as opposed to what you currently had in the agreement?
We assumed that we would be able to use the vinyl windows, yeah. Now, we knew at the time, and I think that when we went to capital, Dave, you can come up here if you want, because it might be helpful, but I think we knew, again, that there were things we were going to work on with staff, some of which would be minor mod. We didn't think windows would be a major mod, for example. We'd have no reason to think so based on what was being built. I mean, keep in mind, we're using the same GC as MBK is, right, on the sanctuary project. So there'd be no reason for us, knowing what's being used from a material standpoint, that we wouldn't be able to do that. Other things happened as we kept rebidding. You know, costs went up. But again, we did everything we could, value engineering where we could without involving even the city, you know, to stay within budget. But at this point, you know, what we're talking about here are items that would only be taken up in contingency, and there just simply is, there's not enough there to do that, particularly when we start first with the windows and the cost there.
You might have mentioned this. What's your guys' assumption on what if all 10 modifications are approved, what's the cost that you'll save in doing this? Do you have that number?
You have it. Total number, Dave? 3? 4?
It's approximately $4 million.
All right.
It's Dave.
Windows are half.
Dave, the CFO?
He's the head of development.
Okay. $4 million? Okay. Okay, I think that answers it for now. I'll move over to staff questions, if you guys have any.
Mr. Mayor? Mr. Mayor?
Excuse me, Mr. Newman, you have a question?
Just a quick clarification. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, to follow up on a question Mayor Pro Tem Engler was asking. Mr. Marin, what's the current status of the vinyl windows? I think I heard a quote, I may have misheard it, that, quote, they're building the vinyl windows. So where is that? What is the current status of that?
Well, we haven't gone up yet, so there's no windows yet.
Okay, so it's not like we're discussing whether or not to use vinyl windows tonight. It's not like you've already purchased them or they're being constructed right now.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now we'll move over to staff if you'd like to reply to any of the comments.
Excuse me, I'm just bringing up some reference material here. I just want to clarify a couple things or provide some context. I do want to confirm.
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt real quick. If you guys want to take a seat, you can,
okay.
and then we'll call you back up if we have anything. Yep.
I just want to confirm that there has been no real delay in the project. The construction is underway, and we've worked closely together with the applicant to make sure that building plan check and grading permits and things like that proceed while we review these requests. And indeed, reviewing the building plan check was a part of forming these requests and identifying the revisions that needed to be requested. In terms of the timeline, the building permits were submitted in, or the applications rather, were submitted in the August or September of 2024. And that's when we started discussing these revisions and identifying them through that building plan check review process. The minor modifications, there are a number of modifications that were not really design related, that were, part of normal building plan check procedure. But in terms of design revisions, There were 19 that were identified in very early 2025, maybe late 2024. And in April, those revisions which were identified as minor were granted, and those were incorporated into the building plan check submittals. And then the final applications that were required to move forward with this request and schedule it for hearing and process these major requests. Those were submitted in December. So between September and now is when we were able to formally process the major requests, but again, review of the project and other things were moving forward during that whole time, and discussions with the applicant on maybe how to revise or address these requests were also had during that time, and I want to thank them for those discussions too. In terms of the vinyl windows, to provide some context, the objective design standards have always included that vinyl windows are not allowed, and those were identified as something to seriously take into consideration as part of the pre-application process, which was closed in June of 2022. And then the discussion or negotiation on requiring vinyl windows or not was very active discussion throughout the planning entitlement review process, which took place over the next year between June 2022 and June 2023. That was consistently a point of negotiation. And then I'd also just want to clarify that items F, G, I, and J, which are part of that group one that Keith described, they were kind of described as inconsistencies, and I would agree that they're inconsistent with the entitlement set on purpose. Those are required revisions, and so it's not that they were inconsistent or erroneous necessarily, so much as they are revisions that are required. I think that's it.
Okay, thank you. After hearing that, anyone from council have any questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Newman?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of clarifications of statements made by the applicant. One, there was a statement
Mr. Newman,
that-
sorry to stop you. Did you ask for Mr. Marin to come to the podium?
A question, these are questions of staff.
Okay, of staff. Okay, great.
Thank you. Just to clarify some statements made by the applicant team. One, there was a characterization of vinyl windows as, quote, a new design standard. My reading of condition 48D is that it is not a new standard. The 48D specifies which building materials can be used. Would you agree that this is not a new design standard?
I would reiterate that, the vinyl windows were a very active point of negotiation throughout the entire entitlement review process. And that's why specific facades were identified as requiring the vinyl windows as a concession that not all windows are required to be non-vinyl, just the ones that are publicly facing or viewable from public areas. That was a very specific point of negotiation.
Oh, I see. So you're saying there was negotiation on vinyl or not vinyl prior to the enactment of the development agreement?
That's right.
Okay, that's interesting. Okay, thank you. There's also a statement made that 4 out of 5 quote unquote planning staff, I think the intent was to refer to planning commissioners, recommended changes. Just to be clear on that, the recommendation from the Planning Commission was not 10 changes, it was 3 of the 10 changes, correct?
That's correct. From the Planning Commission, staff made no recommendation.
Very good. Thank you for those clarifications. Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Newman. Go ahead, Mr. Adams.
Yeah, thank you. How many minor modifications did you say there were over the time period here?
There were 9 minor design revisions that were approved ministerially.
9, okay. And then in your comments just a moment ago, you were talking about inconsistencies with the applicant's requests and what? Our objective standards, is that what you?
Yeah, the presentation framed it as inconsistencies between what was required as the conditions of approval and the entitlement set that was presented at hearing. And that sort of implies that there was an error in drafting those conditions. I just want to be clear, those conditions weren't written erroneously, they were written specifically to require those changes.
Okay, so there was no error?
Not in that respect,
Okay.
no.
All right, got it.
If I can just add on to it, but typically what happens is when you have an entitlement package, up to the last minute, there's a lot of conversation and discussion. So it's not uncommon for the plans that are presented to the decision-making body to not incorporate all of the conditions of approval that have been negotiated and submitted to the applicant. So sometimes you'll see a condition of approval that basically says applicant shall modify the plans that does blah, 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 blah. And that's what happened in this case.
All right, the applicant has 5 minutes if you would like to rebuttal anything mentioned.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to point out as part of the window discussion and deliberation about the right windows for this project, I think it was our intent, and it was presented as part of our density bonus ask to seek a density bonus waiver for the objective design standard, right? In this case, we had a specific plan, so we were presenting a specific plan that was proposing non-vinyl windows. And by means of providing all of the affordable housing on site, the project has the right to take advantage of certain density bonus waivers there. So that was one that we were seeking. Staff recommended that in order to provide enhanced quality, that although we're seeking the waiver, provide kind of upgraded or enhanced windows on these certain elevations or locations. And that's when, at the final point of approval, that yes, what's been discussed is correct. Like at the time of signing the development agreement, those additional enhancements were agreed to. And what we're coming back tonight to request is basically going back to our original density bonus waiver request of all 100% vinyl windows. So it's not because we didn't go out and do research and seek the ability to provide what was conditioned to the project, but again, it says if we have to, make changes, the development agreement allows for that. We just have to come here and request them formally and get them approved. So I understand the kind of the sensitivity to all these topics, and it is a back and forth and give and take, and things like the windows, the tile accented windows, these are all things that we studied the details, we studied the pricing, and we came with what we felt was kind of the balanced solution to provide a high-quality project that met the approved project conditions and development agreement as close as we could, and that's why we're here tonight. So
If
thank
I
you for
can ask
listening.
so are you asserting at this point that you're not asserting that the development agreement controls and that separate and apart from the development agreement, you have a right under the density bonus laws to ask for a waiver at this point? Is that what you're suggesting?
No. The project, I was mentioning as part of the history of the discussions of what the project was proposing, which waivers it would be requesting, was discussing the density bonus waiver for the non-vinyl window clause of the objective design standards. Through the process and negotiation, the final development agreement requested the enhancements of certain locations. And so it essentially partially approved the waiver that we were originally seeking but added enhanced areas, and those are the ones that we're unable to provide at this time.
Right, so originally the project, if my recollection is that the original project proposed 100% vinyl. And staff objected to that because it violated our objective development standards. And therefore, that's, part of the negotiations as part of the development agreement, which both the applicant and the city agreed to, was that based on all of the other objectives and all of the other benefits to both the applicant and the city's benefits being affordable housing, significant architectural improvements, and benefits to the developer, certainty, freezing of impact fees, for example. That's
Correct.
a huge benefit to the developer, because since that time, we've actually adopted new user fees, and our fees have significantly increased. So there was obviously the negotiation that occurred, and at that time, the applicant and the developer agreed that although vinyl windows were prohibited under our objective development standards, since the development agreement was being negotiated, both of the parties agreed to recommend to the city council approval of allowing vinyl windows in the interior facing areas, but requiring non-vinyl for the outward facing ones, in concert with the objectives and the benefits that were negotiated by the parties. Is that accurate?
That is accurate, as far as I believe, yeah.
Okay. And at that time, I believe we actually incorporated into the specific plan to be clear how important that one in particular was. I remember that one in particular as a very important attribute or aspect of the project. And that's why it wasn't just added as a condition of approval, but was actually incorporated into the specific plan amendment.
In the original approved specific plan, right?
Yeah, yes, okay, thanks.
Right. Thank you. All right, I'm now going to close the public hearing. And then would anyone like to?
Public speakers?
I don't see any public speakers, Mr. Newman. City Clerk, correct?
That's correct. The public speaker who I thought it was actually the applicant.
Oh, did you hear that?
My apologies.
No problem. Thanks for the check.
My apologies. Sorry.
No problem. Anyone would like to make a comment or motion? Mr. Engler.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'll kick it
Jeez
off.
Louise. Mr. Adams, I clearly didn't get enough sleep with
happened?
this new baby. I called you Mr. Engler.
Oh,
Sheesh.
I take that as a compliment. Anyway, yeah, I'll kick it off with the discussion. I think from what we've heard tonight, starting off with the discussion would be a good way to go. I do want to acknowledge my appreciation for Latigo, for the investments they've made in our city, particularly Santal, a mixed-use project on the western end of the boulevard that has been a game changer for the city. It's fulfilled our dream of developing the 101 corridor, and it's an excellent project. And the project we're looking at tonight is also part of the 101 corridor, and a very high-profile project, as you say. It's right next to Amgen, right on the freeway. And I do believe in the concept of a public-private partnership. I think there's obligations on both sides, the city and the developer, to make these projects happen. I do think the city has been a good partner. When you look all the way back to 2023, where there was the general plan we amended, the zone changes, the special use, or the specific plan, the special use permits, the tree permits, the development agreement, we've been right there. We approved a 55-foot project, which is a little taller than usual, 4 stories. You were able to take advantage of the density bonus, and I think that gave you 87 additional units, which good for you. I hope that makes the project pencil out even better. We got some affordable units from that as well. You were granted, as Justine said, 9 minor mods as we went along here. That's routine. What's not routine are these major modifications. That's not routine. And that means basically starting over, notifying the public, having a planning commission hearing, and here we are at the city council. And I'm just concerned, you know, the windows, the doors, and all that business, that's one thing. I'm concerned about the potential precedent that this might be setting in the city. You know, as a developer, you have the right to the original approval. And now we're looking at the approval plans that we approved are just not final all of a sudden. The precedent of that concerns me. Is the developer agreement, you know, an agreed upon plan, or is it just a suggestion by the city? And I'm worried about that, and I'm worried about it because Thousand Oaks is at the forefront of housing in this county by any measure, whether it's the regional studies that have been done, studies by different intellectual think groups and whatever. We are at the forefront. We have projects coming up out of the ground now, and we have projects in the pipeline. And I just worry a little bit about what you would think would be the finality of an entitlement, and is now becoming flexible. What about all these other projects? What could that mean for them? Will it mean more requests for changes? Will it complicate our future planning? I see this as a potential slippery slope. This demand for flexibility after everything's already been agreed to. And worst case, I see it as, you know, community groups or competitors, you know, getting legal with us when it comes to a project. And as I mentioned, I'm concerned about our objective standards too. The state of California has interjected themselves so much into the housing process in cities. They've taken away a lot of our ability. But we do have the objective standards as one of our last lines of defense, and I really think that we need to uphold those. So those are my concerns. Maybe we can discuss it a little further.
Mr. Engler?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate my colleagues' comments. This relationship that we've had with Mr. Marin and company, it's been a good relationship, and I think it reflects well with our staff. The comments that were made about the cooperation among staff reflects well both on the company and on the city. I do have similar concerns, and we've been presented, I suppose, in just layman's terms, with a menu of items, 10 items that perhaps we can choose a few, 2. We could go with what the Planning Commission recommended. We could take all, take none. It's this menu of items that we're now presented with. And I've said it to staff, I've said it to my colleagues. Designing from the dais is probably the worst thing you can do. It's not, and I'm sure the applicant could also agree to that when we 5 start getting involved in what color the walls should be, or should there be a horizontal slats on the railings or vertical slats on the railings, that's not our function. We're not good at it. It's not what we should be doing. We should be setting policy, such as the design standards, such as approving the development agreement, such as approving and going after our specific plan for 24. A lot of the development that has occurred, and this is another good example of it, has been a give and take along the way. My colleague mentioned the trees. There were 17 oak trees taken out, and we all know how much we love oak trees in Thousand Oaks. 17 oak trees taken out. Believe me, that raised some eyebrows with the citizens. But we were able to convince the citizens that because of that sacrifice of trees, we received in exchange some affordable housing. received in exchange the redevelopment of a defunct office building. We could sell that as part of what we approach the citizens with. That's why I mentioned earlier, it's our reputation as well that is at risk here and is being talked about. We told our citizens that this is what the agreement was going to be. And I don't take breaking that trust with our citizens lightly. It's something that I stake my reputation on. But I do agree with my colleague, Mr. Adam, down at the end. Development agreements are one of the last things that we have to where we can put a Thousand Oaks stamp on projects. The state does preempt us in a lot of different areas. I mean, a prime example is the density bonus. We're willing to go along with the density bonus, even though it produces larger projects than we're used to, because of the give and take that allows us to get that community benefit that resulted from the density bonus. But the state is more and more involved in what we do here at the local level, and I'm a little hesitant to give up what little influence we have with our development agreements. I'm torn on this one because I want a developer that has produced good product to continue to produce good product. But for the reasons I've enunciated, I have a problem designing from the dais. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Newman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to fully endorse the comments of council members Adam and Engler, and also echo as well my appreciation for what Mark Marin and team have done. There was a lot of collaborative discussion prior to the July 23 approval by this council, and I was one of the council members that enthusiastically voted in favor of this project. There was a lot of discussion about that night about what a high quality project this was, and it is. And that unlocks a lot. It gives Mr. Marin and his team a lot of benefits. The staff presentation tonight had a bullet list of 6 of them. I can think of at least 3 more. But it also gives community benefits. There is a $600 million R&D center going in literally across the street. There's another $170 million in investment at Decatur down the street, and this is a gateway to that. So this is a project that will be adjacent to some very high dollar and high quality investment because of an agreement between the people and this applicant for such a high quality project. So given all that, I'm very torn on this. On the one hand, I'm not at all unsympathetic to the issue of rising costs for building materials. I mean, anyone who has gone into any hardware store anywhere to buy a 2x4 in the past 5 years has experienced sticker shock, let alone what Mr. Marin and team do when they're buying thousands of windows and tons of rebar and concrete at a time. Building costs are a really significant problem, and I'm not unsympathetic to that. And I'm also not unsympathetic to the challenges of financing. We'll talk more about that in our next agenda item this evening. It is true, however, that there was an agreement in July 23. And further, it's also true that interest rates, which were challenging at the time, have actually improved since then. The national interest rate was about 3.2% in July 23 when the development agreement was reached. And when the major modification request came back in December 25, the interest rate had dropped a 0.5 point to 2.7%. So yeah, I get it that you do the deal with your lenders you can at the time you do that deal. But this all happened, these changes happened at a time of improving, not worsening interest rates. Specific to this project, my discomfort is in 3 areas, and I'll ask these in the form of questions for my colleagues. First is just the unprecedented nature of this. This is my 12th year doing land use stuff. I don't remember a developer ever coming back to the table with 1 major change, let alone 10, and also not offering anything in return. There's not more affordable units. There's not some other community benefit here. So I guess the question I'd ask my colleagues is, why would we negotiate that badly? Why would we be willing to enter into a negotiation like that? It seems very one-sided. So that's one question. Another question is, why would we hamstring our staff? As Councilmember Adam mentioned, it's not just this development agreement. There are others in the pipeline. And as Councilmember Engler, Mayor Pro Tem Engler, mentioned, a development agreement is one of the last toolkits we have here locally. Why would we lessen the value of that, the sanctity of that bond between an applicant and the people, which is what this would do? And then finally, I appreciate Mr. Marin's statement that he's not looking to increase profit here. I believe that. This is about what his lenders want, not what he wants. That's probably right. I take him at his word on that. But when there's this agreement, we do agreements because builders, businesses of all kind, like certainty, and a development agreement provides certainty. But it provides certainty to 2 parties, not only to a developer, but also to the people. And the people were promised a very high quality project in July 23. And what we're being asked to do here tonight is a lessening of that quality in 10 different ways. And that is essentially a transfer of wealth away from the people toward Mr. Marin's investors. And maybe that's a good idea, maybe it's not. But if we're prioritizing things, I understand that a developer should be asking to optimize his business and optimize his or her returns. That's literally the business. I get that. But here on the other side of the table, that's not our business. Our business is to ensure we are doing right by our citizens, that we are prioritizing community interests. And the community interest here is the very high quality project that we all agreed to in July 23. So those are the 3 questions I would ask is if we are going to contemplate making changes, why would we be doing that and who would benefit? So I don't have a motion to offer at this time, but those 3 areas are my 3 areas of discomfort around this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. Ms. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I also, like my fellow council members, I feel myself grappling with the helping or assisting or continuing to usher this project forward to fruition. The 30 units of low-cost affordable units is not lost on me, not to be confused for the public with moderate costs affordable housing. So that's significant. As my colleagues have articulated very beautifully, all of the elements of collaboration and proven just well-done work that is here in Thousand Oaks already, and we would like to see continue. I, too, want to make sure that I'm doing my job. And I think we're all of the same notion here and can agree amongst ourselves that our job is to ensure that the community value that was initially negotiated stays intact. And I think I'll leave it at that. I think if there were conversations around an exchange instead of a straight ask, and there was more on the table for the community to gain from this amendment, it would be less of a grapple. That would be a clear negotiation. Right now, it just feels like an ask on something that was very intently negotiated and balanced between the two parties. And and for those reasons, I too don't have a motion, and we'll leave it at that. Thank you so much.
I'll start by saying thank you. We appreciate you guys. We appreciate the time and investment that you have made and continue to make in our community. A couple of things mentioned from my council members that I do agree with. The negotiation aspect, and when we're speaking to other developers, if we're known as a body that agrees upon terms and then is constantly changing them after the fact, I don't like that positioning that it puts the city in. I think we lose credibility and we lose leverage. So I would agree with both of you guys. I don't like that position. Second, Mr. Engler brought up a good point that I didn't factor into this, which I think is valuable. The local policymakers have been stripped of so much. And it does feel like there's very little that we get to control. And the design standard, I think, is an important one, especially as we're going through a pretty big change. As we're starting to see development in our community, a lot of that is multifamily. And multifamily has the tendency of looking like big boxes. It's very easy for multifamily to not look good. And one thing I do appreciate about Latigo Group is your guys' product is very good. I think you guys are helping the city maintain a great character. But what I would agree with you, I don't want to lose that either. Something that was mentioned, I think Mark mentioned this, is just the development environment. And it is brutal out there, especially for multifamily. I completely agree with you. And I want to be mindful of how we are as a city when we're working with developers. Because as policymakers, there's the balance that Mr. Engler brought up. What is the community benefit, and how do we create policy that gives potential benefit to the community without being so off balance that no one can invest here? There's just no return to be made, and if there's no return to be made, no one's going to take the risk. And so that's the balance that we're up against. And how at least I look at it is when we're creating the original entitlement, and I mentioned this when we spoke, when we entitled your guys' project, I was very willing to figure out where there was room on our end to make it so that you guys had a viable and successful project. And I do understand that there's assumptions that are made, and I do understand that things have changed. But I don't like that now we're back at the point where we're having to consider additional options to make the project more viable after the fact because certain assumptions weren't realized. And so I don't like the timing of it. I guess what I'm wrestling with is, and I tend to be like this, where is the balance? And I don't feel like this is the balance. Now, if I'm being truthful, I think the project we entitled, I think it looks better. When I was looking at the A versus B, I do think the original project looked better. I want to protect the credibility of the council, and so I'm struggling with it as well. This is not an easy one. I would say one of the more difficult ones. I'm okay if there's more discussion to be had, but before I do that, I will entertain a motion if anyone has one.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Newman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't disagree with anything any of you have said. I'm appreciative of the applicant. I'm appreciative of the challenge, very challenging environment we're in, especially around multifamily housing. I'm appreciative of the affordable units, which is, as we'll hear further tonight, by far our greatest unmet housing need. And I'm appreciative of the deal that we reached in 2023 and would like to see that deal go forward. So for all those reasons, I'm going to move that we do not consider modifications to the development agreement and reject the all of the asks in item 10. And Madam Clerk, if I apologize for phrasing that so inarticulate, inartfully. Well, actually, 10A asks to consider and provide direction. So my motion would be to not make amendments to SP 24, the DA, or the development permit, and to find that this action is CEQA exempt. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
City Clerk, well, I'll stop.
It's
Anything
not
else to discuss now there's a
CEQA
motion? Laura, you have the motion. Everything's good with it?
Yes,
All right.
except I would like to clarify that it's not CEQA exempt. It previously had an EIR.
Exactly. It's not that it's exempt, it's relying on the previous EIR.
It's CEQA compliant, I'm sorry.
CEQA compliant,
Thank you,
exactly.
Mr. Newman.
Okay.
Thank you, sorry.
Will you please call the vote?
Councilmember Adam?
Yes.
Councilmember Newman?
Aye.
Councilmember Gutierrez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Engler?
Yes.
And Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
And that motion passes 5-0.
Let's do that. Let's do a 5-minute break, and we will be back at about 8:30. All right, we are back. Next is tonight's department report. Presenting the report will be Senior Planner Ian Holtz.
All right, thank you, Mayor, council members. So before you tonight is a summary of the general plan and housing element annual progress report for the 2025 calendar year. As a quick background, the California Government Code requires all jurisdictions to file a general plan annual housing progress report, as well as a housing element annual progress report and the Housing Successor Agency annual report to the State Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation, or LCI, and the Housing and Community Development Department prior to April 1st of each year. These reports for 2025 are required to be submitted for each jurisdiction's lead decision-making body in a public setting prior to submitting to the state. So throughout 2025, there's been several general plan implementation actions that were either initiated or have made some significant progress. The full list of these short-term items are contained in attachment 1 of the staff report. Some of the actions to highlight for you tonight are under the land use and safety chapters. First off, under the comprehensive code update, land use A1, there's a work currently underway aligning the zoning regulations with the 2045 general plan. A variety of technical assessments has been done by the consultant evaluating the existing code. A series of public workshops were held gathering feedback, and the zoning and sign code is currently being drafted. There's expectation that the code would be released for public review in 2026. Also is the continued effort and progress on the downtown Thousand Oaks project. Entitlement action applications were submitted and processed, or are currently being processed, but were being processed towards the end of 2025. Also, implementation items in steps towards adopting streetscape standards. In 2025, there has been work moving forward, updating the active transportation plan, which would inform any kind of design details for like the Thousand Oaks Boulevard and other streetscape standards used by the Public Works and Community Development Department. Moving on to the housing element progress report. So the sixth cycle housing element was adopted back in December 5th, 2023. The report includes a summary of the residential housing and building permit activity progress towards meeting the sixth cycle RHNA, implementation of the housing programs, and the Housing Successor Agency annual report. The major component of the major component of the housing element is the RHNA allocation, which provided by HCD in coordination with the Southern California Association of Governments. The city has met that RHNA allocation by actually adopting the general plan and rezoning the areas that would facilitate the building of housing in those numbers, which is 2,621 units were allocated to our jurisdiction. First off, for 2025, this slide summarizes Table A of the housing development applications submitted. These are applications, we have received 143 within 2025. Of those 143 applications submitted, there were 139 units approved. But the total number of units proposed is far more. We have 554 units, of which a significant amount of the units submitted are captured in 3 pending projects, 411 apartments that are spread across the 195 East Hillcrest development and 2 projects along Herbs Road. All of these projects all have density bonus applications and are providing affordable housing and will be continued to be processed in 2026. So just to quickly summarize, for 2025, we had 139 units approved. That is planning entitlements, of which 130 of those are accessory dwelling units, 6 single-family, and 3 were SB 9 units. In 2025, the number of building permits issued was 111, accounting for 340 new housing units. Those are broken up into 97 dwelling units, 9 single-family, and 234 multifamily units. So 2025 marks the biggest number of units permitted in the first year capturing affordable housing since the adoption of the housing element. Those units are spread, the 234 units that are spread amongst the permits issued are associated with the 1818 Los Feliz apartments, as well as the Timber School site. This slide summarizes the Table B of the report. It gives the total number of permits issued in the sixth cycle for 2021 to 2029. There's 1,934 remaining units for the sixth cycle, with 687 units permitted in total for the current housing cycle. As a reminder, the city's fulfilled its RHNA obligation as part of zoning the land to accommodate the 2,621 units. However, building permits are not representative of all the recent development entitlements approved by the City Council. While there are only 340 units permitted in 2025, there are approximately 1,600 residential units with approved entitlements, including 263 deed-restricted affordable units that are in the pipeline. The number of building permits issued by the city is anticipated to increase dramatically in the coming years with the issuing of building permits for several projects, including 500 East Thousand Oaks Boulevard with 328 units, including 44 low-income units, Latigo Hillcrest project with 333 units and 3 moderate and 30 very low units. Also 325, or the IMT project on 325 Hampshire Road, 420 units. And then at 1500 Pacino Circle, it's also known as the Chappelle Apartments with 27 units. Staff continues to work with developers to ensure the completion of the projects and are confident that the affordable units will be full building permits in the future. So as part of the program implementation highlights, under programs 3 and 8, the ADU regulations had been updated in 2025 to be consistent with state law, primarily with AB 2533 and SB 1211. And then under program 7, the city continues to work with People Self-Help Housing on the 78-unit for sale townhome project, together with the Housing Land Trust Ventura County to condition the units as affordable into perpetuity. In 2025, the developer was awarded a total of $12.5 million in funding from California HCD, CalHome, AHP Home, and PLHA programs. Also, under Program 7, the Thrive Grove Navigation Center opened in June 2025, which provided 30 modular non-congregate emergency shelter units with on-site navigation services. Also under Program 9, a variety of community service support grants, City Journal funds provided support service for 281 persons who are homeless, at risk of homelessness, or lower income residents. CDBG funds provided support services for 12 persons who are homeless and 719 non-homelessness lower income residents. And some of the other remaining housing programs, Program 12, mobile home rehabilitation, City CDBG grants provide rehabilitation assistance for 20 lower-income senior-owned, owner-occupied mobile home units. Under Program 13, rental housing rehabilitation, CDBG grants accomplish the rehabilitation of 72 affordable units in the Bella Vista Apartments. Program 14, affordable housing monitoring and preservation of at-risk housing. The city continues to monitor the affordability of 975 apartment units and 37 single-family units. And then lastly, under Program 18, which is our neighborhood improvement program, City Public Works Department has conducted a variety of bicycle, sidewalk, and other infrastructure improvements in low-resource census tracts as well as sensitive community census tracts. Those consist of a variety of projects such as pavement overlay programs, traffic signal painting, restoration, curb pedestrian crossings along Thousand Oaks Boulevard, a variety of flood mitigation projects along Erbs Road, as well as wastewater pipe and maintenance upgrades. So with that, that concludes the summary report, and staff recommends the City Council receive and file this report. Find this action is not a project under CEQA. And after tonight, staff will submit this report to the State Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation and the Housing and Community Development Department by April 1st. Staff's available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Holt. Does anyone from council have questions? Mr. Newman.
Thank you, Mayor. I have comments, not questions. Is it appropriate to make those at this time, or do we want to hold for questions first?
Okay, got it. So no questions. Okay. Now we will have speakers, and we have one speaker tonight on Zoom, which is, oh, we're a mess tonight. Mr. Engler. Okay.
One of the obvious questions I think people would have is meeting our RENA numbers across the board. I got a feeling that perhaps my council colleague would be speaking to this as well. But is there anything else we could do to encourage development? I know we have set up the areas that are available for development. We've made that through our general plan and through our housing element, making sure that we have the spots for this type of development. Is there anything that we're missing or anything we could do to make more development available to our community?
Well, I mean, staff does continue to, receive inquiries regarding housing and, facilitate pre-application consultations in regard so that, developers have an idea of, what works within the land, the confines of the land use designations and the policies of the city. Also, we, as part of one of the programs, we do also have to post, and that this will be a work in progress, the available sites that we have, those identified in the housing element, and also do outreach to developers to basically see where the development community is at in terms of seeking properties for building housing in the community.
And if I could add to that, City Council has done everything within their purview to provide the opportunities for housing to be built. You've used a number of tools at your disposal to provide opportunities for market rate and affordable housing, even going as far as to fund affordable housing projects. So council is on point for providing the opportunities for additional housing to be constructed.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I know we do have some projects in the pipeline coming through, and that's encouraging. I just want it to be known that the City of Thousand Oaks is interested in meeting those numbers if at all possible, and that's something that we're encouraging folks to help us with.
All righty, we will now move to our speaker for the night, Jackson Piper.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sound great.
Oh, great. My name is Jackson Piper. I'm from unincorporated Newbury Park, and I've spoken before this council many times before as a housing advocate for Ventura County YIMBY. So I'm here in that capacity today, also along with some other housing advocates that I've worked with over the years. So first off, I do want to say I appreciate all that the city of Thousand Oaks has done up to this point to get more housing built within the city. The current economic situation across the globe is not great. It looks like it's going to be worse for the foreseeable future. That being said, and while I recognize that there are a lot of levers that affect housing that people on the city council cannot control, I still think the city needs to be doing more to produce more housing, especially in those lower income categories where we are not anywhere near meeting the RHNA targets. I do appreciate that we are a significant part of the way towards meeting our overall goals. And it's heartening to hear that we have, 1,600 or so units in the pipeline that are approved, but not yet permitted for building. But the reality has always been that Thousand Oaks, like just about every other community in California, hasn't built nearly enough housing to meet the demand and the need for people that want to live there. And that just forces people with less means to support themselves out of the community. So we lose out on people who are lower income or don't have the means, or who haven't had the benefit of being able to purchase a house early enough where it was cheap and then just hold on to it for decades. I'm asking you to look at and the zoning and land use elements and housing element of the general plan we did go over a few years ago, and it was great work. But I think we need to look at that again and see where things can be tweaked to get more housing produced in the city. And we need to look at any other mechanisms that the city council has leverage over to encourage developers to build in the city and to speed up the process between approval and actually getting a project open for habitation. So those are my thoughts. Thank you, and please do all you can to produce more housing in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Piper. Drew Powers.
Yeah, and I'll let staff add any other pieces in the response section here. Appreciated Mr. Piper's comments. And I just want to remind the council and the community at large, the single biggest missing component right now is a funding stream to provide affordable housing. We've done a tremendous amount. This council rezoned 600 acres, and we're seeing tremendous interest. A lot of factors that have been talked about ad nauseum that are affecting the pace of building. But as you know, we're working on a project at Urbs in Hillcrest. That's a for sale affordable project. We're likely to be back in front of you with some other components to that soon. But that's a great illustration of just how challenging it is to materialize these components, even when you underwrite land cost and do these things. The state has put a lot of requirements out there. You saw those numbers, and those numbers are real. They're daunting. That's every city has different numbers to that effect. And without the necessary funding that we used to have in the RDA era, that we built 1,100 units of affordable housing with during that period of time, it's just going to be difficult to elicit significant production beyond in lieu production in housing.
Staff want to add anything?
No, Mr. Powers covered it in great detail.
Okay, great. Anyone from council have a comment or a motion?
Yeah, I'll move 12A. That we accept the staff report.
Mr. Newman, I see your hand up. You have a comment?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to commend staff for a really pretty good year last year on a number of fronts. The housing actual sticks in the ground increased by more than fourfold last year, which is huge. And for the first time in this RHNA cycle, there are low-income units there. And just as a reminder for the public, because I hear this sometimes from residents, when they hear the term low income, they think of destitution and poverty. And in the context of housing affordability in California, that's not what low income is. We're talking about a family of four making nearly $120,000 in Ventura County, and in Thousand Oaks, that figure is almost certainly higher. So it's very good to see that for the first time in this RHNA cycle, we are producing units in that category, because that is by far, that workforce entry-level housing, by far, is our greatest unmet need. And then below that, it's also good to see that we opened Thrive Grove last year. It's also great to hear that we've got even more good things coming in the pipeline. Just 3 projects alone next year. We've got, I think the pipeline is about 1,600 in total now. And my math is right. It's nearly 1,100 units will be under construction next year, 1,100 additional units. So that's a really significant bite taken out of the projects in the pipeline. But to wrap this up, I'll want to endorse something Mr. Powers said, which is that all of this is really dependent on access to capital. And lending costs in the macro environment economically are way above the pay grade of the city council, but that does have a very large, arguably the largest impact on whether housing gets built here. But overall, great job by staff. Really pleased to see a 4-fold increase in housing production, better than 4-fold last year, and an even more significant increase to come this year. Thank you.
Any comments? All right, we have a motion. Will the clerk please call the vote?
Councilmember Adam?
Yes.
Councilmember Newman?
Aye.
Councilmember Gutierrez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Engler?
Yes.
And Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
And that motion passes 5-0.
Next is city manager announcements. Mr. Powers, do you have any for us?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. We will be back on the 24th of this month for our next meeting. On that night, we have currently a couple of public hearings, one for a major capital project. The second one is for a really great item, our film permit ordinance update, something that we've been working on for the better part of the last year to make some modernizations to our film permit ordinance. And then we will also have an item on our 2026 active transportation plan.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. I will now adjourn the meeting to the next regular meeting on March 24th, 2026.